Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
A-R, S as in Sam, A-N-O-P-O-L-I, and I am the program manager for the ATF National Firearms Examiner Academy.
So you say ATF, what's the long name for that acronym?
ATF is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, commonly referred to as ATF.
And how long have you worked there?
For 24 years.
What are your primary job duties now?
So ATF has the National Firearms Examiner Academy. To become a firearms examiner, presently there is no college course that you can go to become a firearms examiner. So it takes about 18 months to 2 years on the job training. And ATF offers a program for state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies to provide training to these agencies for 1 year. So we assist with the laboratory training for 1 year, so the person that works cases, they can stay on the bench and work cases. And so currently, I am the person that coordinates and runs the program and does all firearms and tool examiner.
Would that have been what your job duty was back in 2019?
Yes, I was a forensic firearms and tool market examiner, as well as I did the laboratory coordination for the ATF National Firearms Examiner Academy.
Do you have any related experience prior to working for the ATF?
Yes, I was a forensic firearms and tool market examiner at the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Criminology and Criminal Justice from the University of Maryland, College Park, and I have a Master's of Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
What kind of specialized training have you received relative to your job?
When I worked for the Metropolitan Police Department, I completed an on-the-job 18 months to 2 year training to become the firearms examiner. I attend annual conferences to continue to stay up to current, as well as I've attended armor's courses, and I tour firearms and ammunition manufacturing to be able to learn the process of how guns are made.
Are you a member of any professional affiliations?
Yes, I'm a distinguished member of the Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners.
Have you undergone competency and proficiency testing?
Yes, to become a firearms examiner, you have to become competent in all the types of subdisciplines that you testify in. And once you do become competent, and then you're able to work cases, from that point on, every year you have to take a competency test in some of the subdisciplines that you are qualified as an expert.
Have you previously testified as an expert in state or federal court?
Yes, I have.
Both or either? Or?
I've testified both in local, federal, and state courts.
Judges want to move to certify her as an expert.
Expert in what?
Yeah, can you list the areas that you're an expert in?
I'm an expert in forensic firearms examination, serial number restoration, and tool mark examination.
I move to certify her as an expert in those 3 things.
Okay. He's so certified. So right. Go ahead.
What is firearms identification?
Firearms identification is a subdiscipline of forensic science what your primary concern is to determine whether a bullet, cartridge case, ammunition component was or was not fired from a particular firearm.
What is a cartridge?
A cartridge is a single component of ammunition. I brought an exemplar. Okay. So this is an enlarged version of a cartridge, which is a single component of ammunition. And there are 4 parts of a cartridge. You have the cartridge case, which houses the gunpowder, which will be inside. You have the bottom part, which is the primer, and then you have the bullet.
And your model comes apart, I see, as well?
Yes.
So when you hear someone say a cartridge casing, which part are they referring to?
This is the cartridge casing.
So that houses the bullet, is that right?
That houses the bullet, it houses the gunpowder that would be in here, and it houses the primer.
So you said there's, I don't remember what word you used, 4 parts or 4 components of a cartridge?
Yes, there are 4 components of a cartridge, which is also referred to as live ammunition.
So when all 4 are together, it's live ammunition?
When all 4 are together, it is a single component of ammunition known as live ammunition.
Can you explain how a semi-automatic pistol operates?
Yes, a semi-automatic pistol is a handgun. And how it works is that you have an ammunition magazine, and that is a component where you load the magazine. You insert the magazine into the firearm. A lot of times that goes into the grip of the firearm. At that point, the magazine is in there and the ammunition is in the gun. The top part is a slide, and you have to pull the slide rearward. And when you do that, you cock the firearm. And as you release it, it is going to strip off that cartridge, the live ammunition, off the top of the magazine and load it into the chamber of the firearm. At that point, the firearm is loaded and ready to be fired. You pull the trigger, and 2 things happen when you pull the trigger. The bullet exits the barrel of the firearm, and it engages the rifling, which puts a twist on it so it can go straight and accurate in flight. Then you have the cartridge case at that point, and that hits back against the breech face. And as it is going back against the breech face, there are marks on the base of the primer that is transferred from the breech of the firearm. But as it is going back, there is an extractor that's located in the firearm, and it has it's like a claw, and it's pulling it out of the chamber because at that point it has expanded. And then there's a piece that's called an ejector, and that kicks the cartridge case out of the firearm. And then the slide is all the way to rearward position, and then it's going to go forward again. At that point it is cocked. It's going to strip off the next round of live ammunition. The slide is going to close, and at that point it is then ready to be fired again. And with the semi-automatic pistol is each time that you want to fire it, you have to pull the trigger and you have to release it and then pull it again.
When a gun is fired, what kind of evidence can be found on the cartridge case in relation to the gun that fired that round of ammunition?
Okay, so located on the breech of the firearm in this primer with the pressure that it's putting back, you have different information that can be transferred there. You have the firing pin impression that's made by the firing pin, and it can be different shapes. It can be hemispherical, circular, elliptical, and then you have the breech area, the breech face area, and the breech of the firearm. The way that it is finished, it could be finished with parallel lines, arcs, or granular. And in some instances, you may have an ejector mark as well as an extractor mark.
What are class characteristics?
So class characteristics are features that are put on, designed by the manufacturer prior to the whole manufacturing process. So that could be for the bullet in the barrel, how many landing grooves there are. Does it go twist to the right? Does it twist to the left? And the measurements of the landing groove impression. And then for the cartridge case, the shape of the firing pin, the type of breech face marks that you have.
So those were class characteristics?
Those are class characteristics.
What are individual characteristics?
So individual characteristics are impressed or striated marks that are produced during incidental to manufacture. And these are random imperfection or irregular features that are transferred from the tools that are used in the firearm, the rifling, the breech face, onto the bullet in the cartridge case.
Do firearms leave different markings on fired bullets and cartridge cases?
Yes, they do.
Would that be true even if the firearms are the same make and model?
Yes, during the manufacturing process, there are different types of tools that will make the marks inside the barrel and create the rifling with the twist, as well as with the breech face marks. There's different pieces that the tool comes into contact with that. And when it is coming into contact with that, it is also producing these individual marks.
Generally speaking, how do you conduct your examination?
For the examination, you have different components that you're looking at that are submitted in. For the firearm, if a firearm is submitted in, we're recording the make, the model, the serial number, the caliber, as well as we check the safeties to see if they are operable. And once that is done, then we test fire the firearm to recover samples for future comparisons. For a bullet examination, we examine the class characteristics of the bullets and we record those with the type of rifling, whether the twist, which side it is, and then we do what's called a microscopic comparison. And we use a comparison microscope, which is two microscopes that are connected by an optical bridge. And that allows us to look at two components, two bullets at the same time, and we're looking for these individual characteristics to see if we can produce that the individual markings that were left on the barrel are the same as one bullet as well as the other bullet, or we're looking to see if they are different. And the same way goes with the cartridge case. We're looking at the primer area to look at the firing pins. We look at the breech face, and we are trying to determine whether they have the same marks or they have different marks.
And what do you do next?
At that point, when we're done, we come to a conclusion.
And what kind of conclusions can be reached based on these microscopic comparisons?
You have an identification, which you're going to say that the two bullets or the two cartridge cases were fired from the same gun. You have an exclusion to say that the two bullets or cartridge cases were not fired from that gun, or you have a result of inconclusive. And that means the class characteristics are the same. However, there lacks sufficient individual markings to determine whether a bullet was or was not fired from a particular firearm.
Is your work peer reviewed or verified?
Yes, it is.
How does that process work?
So once I have finished doing my comparison on the bullets and the cartridge cases and I come up with my conclusions, I then take the evidence and I give it to a verifier, another firearms examiner in this section, and then they do their own microscopic comparison, and they do not know what my answers are at that time. And then once they are done, we do a comparison to see if we came up with the same answer.
In relation to this case, did your laboratory receive evidence to examine?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, there's a matter that we need to take up outside the court.
All right. TV camera down, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to take up a matter outside of your presence. I think I told you about this during the voir dire process. Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of tag team about who was going to do the timing of that.
this case, did your laboratory receive evidence to examine?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a firearm, cartridge cases, and bullets, and do the microscopic comparison to try to determine whether the bullet or cartridge cases were or were not fired from the firearm that was submitted, and to do the examination of the bullets and cartridge cases that were submitted, to compare those also individually to each other to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
How did you go about doing that?
Similar to what I talked about, I took the firearm, did the overall examination, documented the make, the model, the serial number, the safeties, and once I was done with that, then I did my examination of the bullets to determine the different class characteristics of each one, and then look to see if there were individual characteristics. I did the same thing for the cartridge cases, looked and documented the class characteristics, did examinations to determine if there were individual characteristics. Then once when I was done with that, I was able to test fire to recover samples to do my comparison. And I wait to do the test fire because I want to try to shoot the same ammunition or similar ammunition that I examined. Once I did that, I test fired the firearm 3 times, and I recovered the bullet and the cartridge cases to do my comparisons. And I did the comparisons of the cartridge cases to each other to make a determination, and then I did the comparison of a couple of the cartridge cases to the firearm to do that comparison, and I repeated the same process with the bullets.
Can you describe to the court Exhibit 27?
Can I look at my lab report, please?
Certainly.
Do you have a copy of it?
Yes, I do have a copy.
No, it's not one of those exhibits, Judge. I'm sorry. She missed the report. It's her Exhibit 27. I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay.
On that, I'll do better. Ma'am, may I approach? Judge, ma'am,
You may.
Hey, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 122 and 123. Can you describe what those 2 documents are?
One at a time. One document at a time.
122.
What's 122?
Is the lab report that I complete when all my examinations are done, and it is submitted back to the Special Agent Russell Davison that submitted the evidence. Submitted the request for the examination.
Okay. And so when I asked you about Exhibit 27, you're referencing something that's on your report, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so on your report, Exhibit 27, can you describe to the court Exhibit 27?
Exhibit 27.
I don't, what her exhibit number is between the 2 of y'all. For the record, is this 122?
It is 122, Judge, but it specifically says Exhibit 27 on her report. So I don't know how to not say Exhibit 27 on her report.
Well, what you're going to do is you're going to put a sticker on it saying Commonwealth's Exhibit number 122.
I did, Judge.
Okay, all right. But for the purposes of the record, I just want to make sure that I'm getting confused, and I've been doing this for over 40 years.
Yes, sir.
All right. So her 27 is your 122.
No, sir. It is not.
Okay. What is this?
That is Exhibit 122, Commonwealth's Exhibit 122.
I thought that's what I just said.
It is, Judge. But her exhibit, that document is not her Exhibit 27. Her Exhibit 27 is the firearm, which I'm trying to get her to explain what Exhibit 27 from her document is. They both use the term exhibit, Judge, and I'm trying to walk through that.
So, do we have a Commonwealth's 27?
Yes, Judge, the firearm. Do we also have a Commonwealth's Exhibit 27?
Yes, sir.
We will. It's just a photo from a crime scene, Judge, because exhibit numbers and evidence numbers from the sheriff's office aren't the same.
And that's the better practice is to use the same numbers so that we're not having multiple references. So if the sheriff's office uses, for instance, the cartridge casings 1 through 8, those should be your comments 1 through 8. It makes it simpler for the jury. It makes it simpler for the judge. It makes it simpler for everyone. So can you tell me again what that document is? What number is it?
122.
122. Why is it referred to as Exhibit 27?
It is not.
Okay. What is Exhibit 27?
Can I have the witness tell us, or do you like me to walk through?
Do I have a 27 in here?
You have a 27 in there. You do not have the 27 we're referring to now.
And the 27 we're referring to now is the gun.
For her document, yes, sir. Which is written on the Exhibit 122 explaining that.
Go ahead. So what is 122? What is that?
That's her lab report, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. Carver.
On your lab report, do you reference an Exhibit 27?
Yes, I do.
Why is it called Exhibit 27?
The laboratory received the laboratory transmittal form, and the evidence that we received is listed with an exhibit number, and that is the number that we use throughout our examination.
So for what you received, what is Exhibit 27?
Exhibit 27 is a Glock pistol, model 22, Gen 4, caliber 40 S&W, bearing serial number B as in boy, A as in apple, W as in Wayne, B as in boy, 711, with an ammunition magazine.
So when you were referring to Exhibit 27, you were referring to that firearm you just described?
Yes.
What kind of examination or test did you perform on that firearm?
Did the overall examination to document the make, the model, the serial number, the caliber, look at the safeties and make sure the gun was operable. And once it was operable, then I test fired it to recover the samples, the bullets in the cartridge cases fired from that firearm.
Can you explain how your Exhibit 27 pistol functions, the one you were referring to as Exhibit 27?
The pistol functioned as designed.
Does that mean it fired?
Yes, I was able to load the magazine into the firearm, cocked it as I talked about earlier, how a semi-automatic pistol functioned, and I test fired it 3 times to recover bullets in fired cartridge cases.
Can you describe to the court your Exhibits 1 through 8?
My exhibits 1 through 8 are fired cartridge cases, 40 S&W brand Federal.
Can you describe to the court your Exhibits 40 through 44?
40 to 44
Yes.
are 5 fired cartridge cases, 40 S&W Federal brand.
What kind of examinations or tests did you perform on the cartridge cases?
So each cartridge case was individually examined to document the various characteristics of the cartridge case, caliber of the cartridge case, the manufacturer. Then I did a microscopic comparison. You look at the firing pin impression, you look at the breech face marks, you do the written documentation of those. You talk about the shape of the firing pin impression, and then once that is done, cartridge cases 1 to 8, a microscopic comparison was done between those to determine a conclusion.
Based on your examinations and microscopic comparisons, were you able to render a conclusion about the fired cartridge cases in the submitted pistol?
Yes.
What was that conclusion?
My conclusion was exhibits 1 through 8 fired cartridge cases were fired from the submitted 27 Glock pistol.
And that's the one that you gave the serial number just a moment ago?
Yes.
I approach and see exhibit you Our exhibit 122. This time I'll offer almost exhibit 122.
Any other objections besides what I've been super done?
No, Judge.
Ma'am, do you have exhibit, the Commonwealth's exhibit for the court, number 123 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that document from the court?
That is the laboratory report that was issued to Special Agent Russell Davidson. All the evidence that is listed on the report.
And can you identify, can you describe to the court exhibits 9 through 13 on your documents, what are exhibits 9 through 13?
Exhibits 9 to 13 are fired bullets.
What kinds of examinations or tests did you perform on the bullets?
I did the overall examination of the bullets to determine that they were fired. Did the examination of the class characteristics, determine the number of lands and grooves, the twist that is associated with that, determine the caliber, which is a .40 caliber bullet.
Based on your examinations and microscopic comparisons, were you able to render a conclusion about the fired bullets in the submitted pistol?
Yes.
And what was that?
My conclusion was inconclusive. It had the same discernible class characteristics, but insufficient markings to determine whether the 5 submitted bullets were or were not fired from the submitted Glock pistol.
And going back, in case I apologize if I'm repeating this question. Exhibits 40 through 44 on your documentation, what were those?
Those were 5 fired cartridge cases.
And what conclusions did you have about those cases?
The conclusion was that those 5 fired cartridge cases were fired from the submitted Glock pistol.
So you had the same conclusion from exhibits 1 through 8 and exhibits 40 through 44?
That is correct.
Let's see, almost exhibit 123. Judge off almost exhibit 123.
Any other objections?
None.
Thank you. There's some questions.
It's Ms. Martinopoli?
Marcinopoli.
I was close.
You were very close.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to ask some questions about the standards that you'll use. Okay? My understanding is that ATF is the one that basically developed what you do. The tool mark using cartridge cases.
No, that is incorrect.
Okay, who developed it?
It was developed back in, I believe, around the 1920s from some other firearms examiners, but I do not recall where they're from.
But you're the ones that run this training.
Yes.
Does anybody else run this training?
There are a couple other places that do run the training. There's a place called CCI that runs it, the California Criminal Institute. There is another program that's called Ron Smith and Associates that will be running the training. But then at the same time, each individual laboratory also runs their own training.
But you have a class, and basically the people that ATF hires goes to your class, the ATF class.
No, that is incorrect.
Okay, well, where did they go?
It depends on where they came from. So some of them are hired from other forensic laboratories, and they are trained at their own laboratory. We have one current examiner that went through the NFPA.
Well, when they come to ATF,
Yes.
do they also phone up on your techniques and how you do it?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, you do a testing, and then you send it to a peer that also has basically gone through the same sort of training that you did,
Yes,
and do the same comparison, and you both work for the same agency.
yes, that is correct.
Now, Mr. Carver spoke about exhibit number 122, which is a 3-page document. And you said that you examined 8 cartridge cases.
Yes,
And those came from Special Agent Davidson.
they were delivered to our laboratory, but I received them from the I received those from the, either from the evidence room, or I might have received them from another examiner. I would have to look at my case notes to find out.
Russell Davidson doesn't give it to you personally.
No.
He drops it off, and then it goes through different hands, maybe 1, maybe 2, until you get it and do the test.
That is correct.
Now, cartridge cases 1 through 8, do you know where those came from, besides Russell Davidson delivered them?
No,
On exhibit 123, we had a whole bunch of other, 1, 2, 3, 14 plus other firearms cases for those cartridges. And that's exhibit 123. That's the second report.
I didn't receive any cartridges.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'm sorry,
It was
Jeff.
so all over the place that I can't follow it. I doubt the witness could follow it, so we would please.
No, you're right on that, Judge. Okay. Exhibit 123. Your Honor, if I can have 123, so I can show him. Okay, 123, okay, you have more, okay, more cartridge cases that are listed, and the cartridge cases, your exhibit lists 40 to 44, and then you have 45 to 48, which are more cartridge cases. Do you know where those came from? Besides being delivered from Russell Davidson?
No,
Okay. So, you don't know if they came from the crime scene, you don't know if they came from the house, you don't know if they came from the shooting range.
no, there's information that are written on there, but that has nothing to do with, for my examination. I will tell you, I might have read it, but I don't know physically where anything came from.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about firearms manufacturing, because apparently that's where all this stuff comes from. Glock firearms are extremely popular firearms, correct?
I would guess, I don't know the statistics of the Glock firearm.
Okay. Well, I believe all the deputies here are carrying them.
Okay.
Okay, so, but they are an extremely, they are a prominent firearms manufacturer.
Yes, I would say that.
Okay.
Mhm.
And Glock firearms have certain characteristics with the barrel.
That is
Correct.
correct.
They used to have what's referred to as polygonal rifling,
Yes, polygonal rifle.
polygonal rifling.
Mhm.
Okay, now I believe they've gone to what's referred to as standard rifling, correct?
I believe so. I don't know exactly what they would call it, but it is similar to standard rifle.
Okay,
Yes.
so they changed somewhere along that line.
I
As to
believe,
what they were doing.
I cannot give you 100% whether that all the firearms that they are making have the standard rifling that you're talking about, or if there still are some that have the polygonal rifling. I don't have the stats. I don't know their manufacturing.
And their parts are made by machines, not handmade.
I do not believe so.
So what you're doing is that you're talking about differences in a mark on a possible tool. Now, that is from a machine, correct?
A machine part,
A
yes.
machine. So wouldn't that machine part make the same marking on every tool it produces?
No.
Why not?
During the manufacturing process, there is a tool that is used to produce it. For the polygonal rifling that you're talking about, there's a mandrel that is used. The mandrel is done by hammer forging, in which you have these big hammers that are pounding the mandrel. The barrel is fed through it. And that is, the mandrel is a harder surface than the barrel. So as it is going, it is changing as the manufacture is being made. And at some point, that mandrel will wear out, and they will either have to retool it, or they will have to dispose of it and get another one. So the wear and the tear, the way that it's being produced, the tool is always changing.
But that requires you to examine basically firearms in sequence to determine how they change.
That is correct.
So what you're doing in this case is you take firearm, I don't think you give the serial number, BAWB 711, and you say, okay, we think that, or it's my conclusion that these cartridge cases came from this firearm.
That is correct.
Okay. But you don't do a comparison with possibly the next one that was in line. You know, serial number 712 or serial number 710. You can't do a comparison with that. You're just, that's correct, right? You're only examining this one firearm.
I'm only examining that one firearm.
And you don't know if a firearm that's made in the same sequence is going to give you the same type of markings.
So I have done different types of testing on firearms that were consecutively manufactured.
Have you done it with Glock firearms?
No, I've never done it with a Glock firearm.
Okay. So you really cannot determine that how much this machine is changing, you know, with Glock firearms.
No, but as I said, I've done different types of testing with different types of firearms.
We're not
to
talking
show-
about other firearms. We're talking about
Mr.
Glock
McBride,
firearms.
Mr. McBride,
I'm
please don't interrupt.
I'm sorry, John.
Go ahead and finish your answer.
So over my career, I have done different types of practical exercises of firearms that were made in a row. So the barrel was consecutively manufactured, one right after another, purposely, and then they were done testing that the bullets were test fired from it. The same thing with the breech face and the fire pin, they were consecutively manufactured. And you do the testing to determine, to be able to see that they are done consecutively, one after another, and you are seeing the marks changing as that is happening. And I've done it for different types of manufacturers.
Who?
I've done it for Ruger firearms. I've done it for Beretta firearms. I've also done it for Colt firearms, and I've done it for Smith & Wesson firearms.
But you've never done it for Glock.
No, I've never done it for Glock.
And you don't know, have you been to the factory?
No, I've never been to the Glock manufacturer.
So you don't know if they do it differently than other people do.
They do the hammer forging process.
Okay, but
which-
that's for barrels.
That is for barrels, and I have seen hammer forging done before for a
And-
different manufacturer.
But barrels are where you get the ballistics from the bullets, correct?
Yes, that's where you get the rifling from the bullets, correct.
And that report says it's inconclusive.
That is correct.
So on the cases, hammer for barrels have nothing to do with the cases.
That is correct. It's, the bullets, the markings that are parted on the bullets are from a different part of the firearm.
From the extractor, which is that claw that pulls the cartridge casings out, and the ejector, correct?
No, it's from the firing pin,
Oh, okay.
the aperture shear as well, and the breech face marks.
Well, once again, even with that, you have never done a test on Glocks to see how it wears with Glocks with sequential firearms.
No, I've never done a test with a Glock.
Thank you.
You read.
many firearm, like cartridge analysis you've done comparison to a firearm?
I would have to say well over 1,000.
And turning your attention to your July 5th, 2019 report, which is Commonwealth's exhibit here in court, number 122. You have that in front of you still? Not
Yes.
the report. Your report, you have that?
Yes,
What was the date of submission one on your report?
June 28, 2019.
And what items were submitted?
My exhibits 1 through 8, which are 8 fired cartridge cases. Exhibits 9 through 12, which were 4 fired bullets.
And 1 through 8, well, submission 1, does it tell you how you received that?
It says it was hand carried by Special Agent Russell Davidson.
And your conclusion in your report, do you know if items 1 through 8 were fired by your exhibit 27, the Glock firearm BAWD 711?
Yes, exhibits 1 through 8 were fired from the submitted firearm with serial number BAD711.
Can you say that serial number again?
B as in boy, A as in apple, W as in Wayne, B as in boy, 711.
And when looking at your August 6th of 2019 report, which has been entered into the court as Commonwealth's Exhibit 123, do you see when that evidence was submitted to you?
Yes, July 18th, 2019.
And did that involve, did that include your exhibits 40 through 44, which were 5 cartridge cases?
Yes,
And with items, with your exhibits 40 through 44, do you have a conclusion? Do you know if they were fired by exhibit 27, that Glock firearm BAWD 711?
yes, my report was exhibits 40 to 45 were fired from the submitted Glock firearm bearing serial number BAWD 711.
Is that 40 through 44? Exhibits 40, your
Yes,
exhibits 40 through 44?
yes, exhibits 40 to 44.
And you said a few times the serial number of this firearm, and you responded as I quoted it to you. Did you see the serial number on this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And did you see that? Did you draw any conclusions about if it was altered, or if there's any, did you have any concerns with the serial number on the firearm?
No, the serial number was not altered.
Thank you. These are my questions.
Amy Cross.
No, Your Honor.
You should be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dan, you want to stick around, but you're also free to go.
Thank you.
Next witness. We'll call the man. All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated.
Please introduce yourself and your.
Hi, my name is Lynette Albright.
Where are you currently employed at?
I am currently employed with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in the Forensic Science Laboratory, Washington, which is in Beltsville, Maryland, just north of Washington, D.C.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 9 years.
And what's your role for them?
I am a forensic biologist.
And what does a forensic biologist do?
My primary duties require me to evaluate items of evidence for potential DNA analysis. I collect samples from those items of evidence. and then conduct DNA analysis on those samples. I also interpret data, write reports, and testify in court when needed.
Prior to working with the ATF, did you have any other background in forensic treatment?
Yes, I worked for the Defense Forensic Science Center in Forest Park, Georgia, in forensic science laboratories in stateside and deployed locations overseas.
And in your career, what has been your role in those other job positions that you've had?
At the Defense Forensic Science Center, my job was pretty identical to the one I have at the ATF.
And what about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science.
You accept the stipulation?
I'll accept the stipulation.
All right. So the stipulation is that she's recognized as an expert in forensic biology. I just want to make sure I understand the stipulation.
We moved to have her
All right.
an expert in this.
All right. So stipulated. Go ahead, Mr. Stanley.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's considered the genetic blueprint for life. It makes you human, gives you 2 arms, 2 legs, your eye color, your hair color. It is inherited, so you get half of your DNA from your biological mother and half from your biological father.
And where could one find DNA?
DNA is primarily found in your cells, which comprise body fluids such as blood and saliva, and they can also be found in skin cells that can be deposited via touch.
And can 2 different people have the same DNA?
DNA is generally considered unique to an individual, with the exception of identical twins, in which their DNA is the same. DNA is generally considered unique because of highly variable regions within your DNA that vary from person to person. One type of location is called a short tandem repeat, or an STR, which is what we test at the ATF laboratory. Those repeats vary by length from person to person, and the characterization of those repeats is called a genotype.
And so, let's talk a little bit about, you get a sample. What do you do with the DNA once you get a sample?
The DNA analysis process is a multi-step process. After a sample is collected from an item of evidence, that sample is then extracted. So what we do here is we subject the sample to heat and a series of chemicals to break apart those cellular components to release the DNA. The second step is called quantitation, and so we measure the amount of DNA present in each sample. The third step is a concentration step that may or may not be necessary depending on the results of the quantitation step. And that step uses a small filter just to concentrate the total amount of DNA into a smaller volume. The next step in the process is called amplification. And this step utilizes something called the polymerase chain reaction, or PCR, that mimics the way your body just naturally copies its DNA. And the PCR reaction targets those STR locations in your DNA and makes copies of those. Those copies are tagged with a fluorescent dye so they can be detected in the final step of analysis, which is DNA typing.
And when I hear terms like DNA profile, what's a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, in the most basic sense, is they're a series of peaks on a graph. And these peaks represent those STRs, or short tandem that we target.
Once you get a profile, what do you do with those profiles?
Each DNA profile that is generated is then interpreted, and the first step is for us to establish if that DNA profile is suitable for comparisons.
Will you sometimes have more than one profile that you look at in a sample?
Yes, DNA samples can present pretty much one of 2 ways. One way is a single source DNA profile, which is DNA from one person, or a mixed DNA profile, or a mixture, which is DNA from 2 or more individuals.
And what do you do if you can't determine the number of contributors in a particular profile?
If there is limited data or too many contributors with no expectation of obtaining a major component or contributor for comparisons, then those profiles are deemed not suitable for comparison, and the analysis will stop at that point. A major component or contributor is simply an individual who has contributed more DNA to a sample, and a minor contributor is a person who has contributed less DNA to a sample.
Can you have more than one major contributor in a sample?
Yes, you can.
And is there any programs that you guys use to analyze these profiles that you have?
The ATF laboratory uses a software program called StarMix to aid in interpretation.
Okay. How long have you guys been using that program?
Approximately 8 years.
And what does STRMix do for you guys?
StarMix interprets DNA profiles by doing something that's called a deconvolution. So once a profile is evaluated, and if I can confidently determine the number of contributors, that DNA profile and the number of contributors is entered into StarMix. StarMix will then do its analysis, and the easiest way to understand what it's doing is to kind of think about if you've ever played a game of hot and cold when you're looking for an object in a room. So every step you take in that room can lead you closer to the object where you're getting warmer, or further away from that object where you're getting colder. And StarMix it's looking for a set of parameters, so DNA amounts per person, degradation, and those certain genotypes for each contributor, and it will select values for each of those and then build a model of what that DNA profile looks like. That model is then compared to the actual DNA profile, and StarMix determines how well that model fits the actual DNA profile. If it's a good fit, then StarMix will adopt those parameters and then take a step by slightly adjusting those parameters and building a new model. If the model is poor and doesn't fit very well, then StarMix may reject those parameters and then will choose not to take that step. StarMix performs this function hundreds of thousands of times, and what eventually happens is StarMix will find itself in an area of equilibrium where those genotypes and parameters are a good fit for that DNA profile. Once this happens, StarMix will complete its run and generate a run report along with something that's called a deconvolution, which lists out the possible genotypes per contributor along with their probability.
So when you get these results, are there certain categories that the results fit into?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So you're talking about StarMix sort of generates some result. What does that result look like?
The result is essentially it's called a deconvolution. So it takes something like a mixed DNA profile that's very convoluted and very complex, and then tries to simplify it. So it will try to determine the genotypes or DNA types for each individual, and then we'll list those out with its own probability or likelihood of those occurring.
And what do you do with that information?
Once that report is generated, it is evaluated just to ensure StarMix ran appropriately and properly. If the interpretation is intuitive and makes sense for the actual DNA profile that I'm seeing, then that profile can then be utilized for comparisons.
And as far as your comparisons, do you have certain results that you use for those certain categories for results and comparisons?
Yes. We use StarMix to generate a statistic, which is called a likelihood ratio, and we are comparing our evidence samples to known reference samples from individuals. Those reference samples are typically a buccal swab, which is the swab of the inside of your cheek, and so it's a known DNA sample to make the comparison, and the results of that calculation are uninformative, limited support for exclusion, limited support for inclusion, and inclusion.
Can you walk the jury through each of those categories and what they mean?
So I'll step back. A likelihood ratio is kind of a unique statistic. It is the probability of observing some observation or event under two competing hypotheses. In this scenario, or any casework scenario, the observation or event is the actual DNA profile. The first explanation for it is the inclusionary hypothesis, which means the individual being compared contributed DNA to this DNA profile. The alternate hypothesis, which is the exclusionary hypothesis, states that an unknown, unrelated individual, so not the person being compared, contributed DNA to the sample. The value or magnitude of this statistic indicates which one of those hypotheses is more likely. So if we have an uninformative result, that simply means there's no greater support for one hypothesis over the other, and the result is essentially 1. A likelihood ratio, it's easier to think about it as a fraction. So you have a number on the top, which is your numerator, and a number at the bottom, which is your denominator. So if there's equal support for both of those, then the number is the same. For exclusion, that simply means that the person's DNA is not consistent with the DNA in the evidentiary profile, and so they are excluded as a possible contributor. Inclusion means the DNA from the individual being compared is consistent with the evidence profile, and they are considered a possible contributor to that DNA sample. The limited support for either of those categories does indicate greater support for its respective hypotheses, but it isn't strong support. So those are kind of the gray areas in between a full-on inclusion and exclusion, and those are prone to false inclusions and exclusions just because those values are so low.
And you indicated that it was based on statistics. Why are the statistics important to those results?
Statistics provide meaning to the weight of the comparison and then inform us of which one of those hypotheses is most correct.
So, into this case in particular, did you generate a lab number in this case as you worked through DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what was that lab number that you used?
The lab number was 19N0319.
There's an Amherst witness.
Have you seen this?
Yes, sir.
You should take a look at this document and flip through and take your time.
Does that document have a number?
Judge Abbey Kammel's proposed 124. You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that a document of?
This is the DNA laboratory report that I authored in this case.
Are there any changes to that document versus the document you prepared?
No, this seems to be a accurate representation.
And all the contents and conclusions are the same as the ones you made in the lab?
Yes.
So at this time we seek to make comments to the 124.
No objections.
Okay, first of all, I'll send it out to the version that it's not. All right, so I'm loading on the screen here sort of a digital copy of this report that's in Marcus Comments Exhibit 124. And you see that report. I know the lettering is not fun. You've got one behind you as well if you need that.
Yes.
All right. Walk us through, so this appears to be the front page of your report. Can you walk us through what this page sort of, what is this page doing for your report? What is included in this page?
The first page of the DNA report just includes the submitter information, which is typically an ATF agent, and the date the report was finalized, laboratory case number, other information regarding the case, and then this includes the first two submissions, or actually submissions 1 and 3 of the evidence that was submitted in this case.
And for your submission one, how did you come about obtaining submission one, the contents of submission one?
Submission number 1 was actually hand delivered to the laboratory by Special Agent Russell Davidson.
Okay, when did you receive that item?
That was received June 28th, 2019.
Okay, what were the contents of that submission?
That submission contained 8 cartridge cases and 4 bullet fragments.
And then what about submission 3? What did you get for submission 3?
Submission 3 was comprised of 13 cartridges or rounds of ammunition.
Let's go on to page 2. Once again, I know it's small print, but what is page 2? What are you documenting in page 2?
Page 2 is the continuation of the submissions of evidence. And then we go into our technology statement, which kind of summarizes the DNA analysis process at the ATF lab.
And at the top of that page 2, did you receive a firearms part of your investigation?
Yes.
What was that firearm that you received?
It was a Glock 40 caliber pistol.
And then it looks like you received some known DNA samples from individuals.
Yes, that's
Who
correct.
did you receive those samples from?
I received reference samples from Hannah Elizabeth Richardson, Justin Sales, Jordan Cindric, Doris Puleio, Trudy Goetz, Dakota Cash, Jamari Stewart, Elizabeth Higginbotham, David Brown, Linda Goetz, Christy Sales, and Ola Williams.
And at the bottom of that page, so just a little bit, what is your examination? What are you explaining there in the bottom of page 2?
The bottom of this page is a summary of the DNA typing kits or other kits that we use in the laboratory. So it's specifically spelling out what we use for each step of the process.
And that was what you testified to earlier as far as the process that you walked through.
Yes.
All right, moving to page 3. All right, what is page 3 highlighting here?
Page 3 highlights which items of evidence were tested for DNA analysis.
Okay. Were there some items that you didn't test for DNA analysis?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Specifically, was there one exhibit that you didn't test?
I did not test or perform DNA analysis on Exhibit 33.
Now, let me clarify just for the record. We're using exhibits here in the courtroom versus exhibits different than the exhibits you're using. Can we refer to them as item numbers, ATF item numbers in the future reference?
Sure.
Would that be easier?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's say ATF item number 33. What did you do with that sample?
That sample, the request for analysis was withdrawn by the special agent, and so it remained in its evidence packaging and was not tested.
And were there any other items that you did not test for? Did you not do a test on?
The 4 bullet fragments were not tested for DNA.
And why were those not tested for DNA?
They typically are not tested for DNA simply because the firing of a firearm is a very traumatic event for a round of ammunition, and the bullet is subjected to high heat, a lot of friction, and often they hit objects while they're flying through the air and they just become damaged to the point where the success rate of getting DNA from those items is very low. So we just opt not to test those.
All right, we'll move on to the next page. All right, this appears to be a table. What is this a table of on page 4?
This table is a summary of the results of the reference samples that were processed for these various individuals.
Now, you're going to have multiple tables, and this is a good opportunity to kind of walk us through your orientation here. So you've got these columns here. What do you put in your first column there?
The first column is the laboratory or ATF exhibit number or item number.
And these will be your specific item, not the court item numbers that you're dealing with here.
Correct.
Okay. And then you have this, we'll call it a sub-item number. What is the sub-item number? What does that refer to?
The sub-exhibit numbers are the swabs that are generated in the laboratory that ultimately turn into the DNA extracts. The Q designator was the previous designation for forensic biology, and every sample that is taken from an item of evidence is given a sub-exhibit number, so they're unique to each sample.
So I want to understand a little bit. So you get an item in, and you might create sub-items based on your own swabbings. Is that what happens?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And the next one, there's another column. What's that next column there?
The next column is a description of that item or that DNA sample.
All right. And then the next, it looks like you have the word result. What does that result mean there?
The result is the overall result of the interpretation of those DNA profiles. So because these are known reference samples, these are all single source DNA profiles, so DNA from one person, and then we indicate whether or not they're male or female.
All right, what do you have there next in the column?
The next column is the suitable for comparison. So if there is enough data for us to utilize a sample for comparison, in this case, reference samples have to have information at all the locations that we test for. And so if they are deemed suitable for comparison, that will say yes. If the answer is no, then that sample will be reprocessed or recollected until we get a full profile from those samples.
Now I see here that there are the next four categories. Can you just talk about those? I think we've already kind of touched on, but what are those next four columns designated as?
The next four columns are the categories for the conclusions of the likelihood ratio comparison or likelihood ratio calculation. So we have the limited support for inclusion and exclusion. We also have inclusion, exclusion listed there.
And after that, there's something that there is called a statistical analysis calculation number. What is that?
The statistical calculation number is just a numeration of the number of statistics that we generate in this case. So we typically report our exhibits in numerical order, and statistical calculation number one is just the first one that we report. So those are numerated in that column.
And the final column there, it looks like it's named CODIS. What is CODIS?
CODIS stands for the Combined DNA Index System, and it is a DNA database that is created and managed by the FBI. And so any profile that meets the suitability criteria for CODIS will be uploaded, and at which level it's uploaded is indicated in that column.
We'll move on to the next page here. All right, so this column looks a little different here. Looks like you've got some values. So let's walk through a few of these just to kind of have a feel for what these look like. So let's look at the very first item that you have there. Why are there two numbers in your item field on the very far left column?
There are two numbers there because two exhibits, so in the first column, items 1 and 2 were actually swabbed together to generate one DNA sample.
And refresh my recollection, item 1 and 2, what were those?
Those were both cartridge cases.
Okay, so they're swabbed at the same time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So, as you look through that, can you walk the jury through a little about what your analysis was on as far as the column, what those swabs revealed?
The sub-exhibit 1-2.Q1, which was the swabs of the two cartridge cases, produced a partial mixture of two individuals with at least one male present. A partial DNA profile is simply a DNA profile that does not have information at all of the locations that we test.
So I'll just stop it. What's better? Is a single source better, or is it a mixture? What's the stronger analysis that you have?
It depends on the mixture. If you have a single source profile is always ideal. We don't really get a lot of those. So if we can obtain DNA from one individual and make a straight comparison to a reference sample, that is the obvious choice. It's a lot simpler, it's a lot more straightforward. Mixed DNA profiles can get very complicated very quickly. And so looking at a single source versus a mixture profile is a lot easier. However, there are some mixtures. If we have a distinction between a major and a minor contributor, so we have someone that's contributing a lot more DNA than those minor contributors, we can sometimes tease out a single source major contributor to those profiles, which again simplifies the overall interpretation of those profiles. And we can also have 2-person and 3-person major components. So they get a lot simpler if you have that separation between major and minor, but ultimately, yeah, single source is much simpler to deal with.
So let's keep moving along in that first analysis here. It looks like you've got some blanks in some of those columns. Why are some of those columns not going to be in?
Some of those columns are blank just because it reflects the results of the comparisons. So if none of the comparisons fell in those categories, then those columns were left blank.
So for that item, looks like there's something in the column of limited support for including an individual sample. What does that mean there for that analysis?
This column, or this box, does have an individual by the name of Dakota Cash, and that has limited support for inclusion. So although this is support for the inclusionary hypothesis over the exclusionary hypothesis, it isn't strong support. So it falls into that limited support for inclusion category.
And how about the columns that a lot of names are in the limited support for exclusion of individual sample? Can you explain, walk through that?
Yes, so 6 individuals, their likelihood ratio calculation fell into the limited support for exclusion category. And this is usually reflected in DNA profiles that are partial, just because you don't have a lot of information to compare a reference sample to. You get lower statistics. And so a low statistic or low support, limited support for inclusion kind of indicates the overall quality of that profile. So this was not, a high level, robust profile. It was lower level.
And then you have, in the column of individuals excluded as a possible contributor, you just have a statement that all remaining individuals in table 1. What is that referring to?
That is just stating that everyone that hasn't been previously mentioned fell into the excluded category.
All right, moving on to the next one. You have 3 and 4. What are we referring to there in 3 and 4?
3 and 4 is pretty much the same as 1 and 2. So those were 2 cartridge cases that were sampled together.
And what were the results for those 2 cartridge cases?
The result was a partial mixture of 2 individuals with at least 1 male present.
And what were you able to glean from the single source, the comparisons to the single sources that you had?
For the comparisons for this sample, Dakota Cash, there was support for inclusion of this individual to this DNA profile. The Jamari Stewart, the result was uninformative, which means there was no greater support for one explanation over the other, so no greater support for inclusion over exclusion. All of the individuals listed in the limited support for exclusion, again, was Doris Puleio, Christy Sales, and Ola Williams. And then every other remaining individual fell into the excluded category.
How about for items number 5 and 6?
5 and 6 are very similar to the 2 previous ones. This was a DNA sample generated from 2 of the cartridge cases, which came from items 5 and 6. And that result was a partial mixture of 2 individuals that was suitable for comparison.
And who among those were you able to talk about as far as being from your table 1? Include all your able to include or exclude? Jamari Stewart and Elizabeth Higginbotham produced results that were uninformative. So again, no greater support for one explanation over the other. And Justin Sales, Doris Puleio, Trudy Goetz, Dakota Cash, and Christy Sales all fell into the limited support for exclusion. Again, the number of individuals in that column is not really unexpected, just because, again, this was a partial DNA profile, so there was data that we were missing in that sample, and then all remaining individuals fell into the exclusion category for that sample. All right, how about 7 and 8?
7 and 8 was also swabs generated from 2 cartridge cases. This produced a mixture of 3 individuals with at least 1 male and 1 female present. The entire mixture was suitable for comparison. Jamari Stewart was included as a possible contributor to this DNA sample. Dakota Cash fell into the limited support for exclusion for this comparison, and all remaining individuals were excluded as possible contributors to this DNA sample.
Move on to the next page here. And it looks like we shipped to item number 14 and 15. What were your results of those?
14 and 15 were swabs from 2 of the ammunition cartridges that were submitted, and this produced a partial mixture of at least 2 individuals with 1 male present. The entire mixture was deemed not suitable for comparison due to limited results.
And was that the same for the next record, those items 16 and 17?
Yes, 16 and 17 was swabs of 2 of the rounds of ammunition. This mixture was a partial mixture of of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male present, and that was also determined to be not suitable for comparisons.
All right, your next one looks to be a number of different items. What were those items that you tested there?
The remaining sample is swabs from actually 5 of the remaining rounds of ammunition, and at the ATF laboratory, we use that quantitation step I mentioned earlier to calculate or count the amount of DNA in a sample. If there is a very low quantity of DNA in a sample and we don't think it's going to generate a profile that's suitable for comparison, we can actually combine samples to maximize the amount of DNA that we're amplifying. So in this case, I had taken swabs of 2 of the rounds of ammunition and then swabs of 3 of those rounds of ammunition, and those were combined during the analysis process into 1 sample. This sample produced a partial mixture of 3 individuals with at least 1 male present that was suitable for comparison.
And what were your results as far as the individuals testing for source DNA from?
Dakota Cash was included as a possible contributor to this DNA sample. Doris Puleio and Jamari Stewart fell into the limited support for exclusion category, and all the remaining other individuals fell into the excluded category.
And how about items number 20 and 21?
20 and 21 were swabs, again, of 2 of those rounds of ammunition, and this sample produced a DNA profile that was a partial mixture of 3 individuals with at least 1 male present that was suitable for comparison.
And what were your results as far as the individuals that you had single source DNA from?
Dakota Cash was included as a possible contributor to this DNA sample, and all other remaining individuals were excluded as possible contributors.
How about item number 22 and 23? What were your results for those?
22 and 23 were swabs of 2 more rounds of ammunition. That sample produced a mixture of 3 individuals with at least 1 male present that was suitable for comparison. Dakota Cash was included as a possible contributor to that DNA sample. Hannah Richardson and Jordan Sindrick fell into the limited support for exclusion category, and all remaining individuals were excluded as possible contributors to these DNA samples.
Item 27, which we previously talked about on your report as being the firearm that you had, where was the first place that looks like that you swabbed on the firearm?
The first set of swabs were taken from the grips of the firearm.
Okay. What was the results of the grips of the firearm?
That produced a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 3 male present, and that profile was not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the mixture.
So what's the limit there on how many individuals that you can look at in one sample?
Currently, the ATF laboratory will attempt to interpret DNA profiles that contain up to 5 contributors. If we have a mixture of 4 or 5 contributors, We can only make comparisons up to a 3-person major. So we could have potentially 3 major contributors and 2 minor contributors, and only the major contributors would be suitable for comparison.
All right, moving on to the next page. All right, so where was the next place on the firearm that you swabbed?
The second set of swabs came from the textured buttons of the firearm, and there was a laser scope attachment attached to the firearm, so the buttons on the laser scope attachment were swabbed with the same set of swabs.
Okay, what was your results there?
I obtained a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male present.
And what about the minor? What was going on with the minor contributors?
This profile had the major minor situation that we discussed. So there was 1 contributor that was present in a greater amount than the remaining contributors. And so we were able to separate out that major single source DNA profile from the minors, and then only make comparisons to that major contributor.
And what were your results as far as the major contributor?
Dakota Cash was included as a possible contributor to the major component of the sample, and all the remaining individuals in Table 1 were excluded as possible contributors.
And so this is, we're moving on to Q3 here. What area of the gun was Q3?
Those swabs were taken from the textured rim of the laser scope attachment, which I believe was like the eye
What was
attachment.
your analysis on that one?
That profile produced a partial mixture of 3 individuals with at least 1 male present, and the entire mixture was suitable for comparison.
What were your results as far as that is concerned?
Dakota Cash was included as a possible contributor to this DNA sample. Jamari Stewart fell into the limited support for inclusion category. Doris Puleio and Trudy Goetz fell into the limited support for exclusion category, and all remaining individuals were excluded as possible contributors to this DNA profile.
And moving on, what was the next area of the firearm that you swabbed?
I took sample or swabs from the texture slide of the firearm. That sample produced a mixture of at least 4 individuals, at least 3 males present, and that profile was not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the mixture.
All right, let's move on. What was the next area of the gun that you swabbed?
The 5th area was the swabs of the trigger and the trigger guard. This sample produced a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 2 males present. The major component, which was a mixture of 2 individuals with at least 1 male present, was suitable for comparison, and the minor was not suitable for comparison due to limited results.
What were your results as far as the major contributor?
Dakota Cash was included as a possible contributor to this major component, and all remaining individuals were excluded as possible contributors to this major component.
And then Q6, what was the next area of the firearm that you swabbed there?
Swabs of the front sight, muzzle, and barrel of the firearm.
What was the results of that?
This produced a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 2 males present. This profile was not suitable for comparison due to limited results.
What about Q7?
Swabs of the battery, including possible ridge detail, and this was the battery that was taken out of the sight attachment or scope attachment. That sample produced a partial mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male present. That profile was not suitable for comparison due to limited results.
And just to move it along here, the remaining 2 sites of Q8 and Q9, were you able to analyze those sites?
Those were both analyzed, and the profiles were determined to be not suitable for comparisons.
All right, so move to the next page now. All right, this looks a little different than your charts. So what are we looking at here on page 8 of your report?
These are the statistical analysis calculation paragraphs for each comparison that was made in this case.
Okay, so for every comparison you did, you had a separate statistical analysis that you did.
The comparisons that generate exclusions are not written out in this paragraph form. So it's anything that produced a result in the remaining categories. So anything that's limited support for exclusion, uninformative, inclusion, and limited support for inclusion.
So you had a total number of 34 of those statistical calculations that you did in this particular case?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess let's dive into it. So walk me through one of these. What's the purpose of doing the calculations and writing them out this way? Maybe we'll start with basic principles there.
The paragraphs explain the comparison, so it kind of expounds on, we're not just going to tell you it fell into this category, it's more explaining what that category is and what the comparison means.
Okay.
And so it walks through each step of the comparison process.
So on page 8, very first one, can you help us understand what the calculation says? So it looks like you've got A, B, C, D, E, F. Can you walk us through one of your statistical calculations so that we understand what's going on there?
Yes. For statistic calculation number 1, the first thing we do is describe the DNA profile. So we take that same information from the table and put it into this paragraph. So the profile that was generated was a partial DNA profile that was consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. A, we are just restating the number of individuals that have contributed to this DNA sample. So in this case, 2. A, oh, I'm sorry, I just did A. B and C both walk us through the possible explanations for this DNA profile. B is the inclusionary hypothesis, which states the person that we are comparing, in this case, Dakota Cash. We are assuming he contributed DNA to the sample. You'll notice it says Dakota Cash and an unrelated unknown individual. Each of these hypotheses have to account for the total number of people in the sample. So here it's 2. So we have the person we're comparing plus essentially a random unrelated individual in the population. So the first hypothesis is that this individual contributed DNA to the sample. The second hypothesis, which is in C, is the exclusionary hypothesis. So in this explanation, this individual did not contribute DNA to the sample. So who did? Well, it would be 2 unrelated, unknown individuals in the population, because we have to make up, again, the total number of contributors to the sample.
So it's been a little while since science class. What is a hypothesis?
A hypothesis, in this case, is just a possible explanation. So we're trying to explain this DNA profile. So the only options for DNA is I contributed to it or I didn't. So we're considering the extremes of both of those, so they either contributed or they did not. And the likelihood ratio value is going to tell us which one of those explanations is most likely.
And then what does D do in the calculation?
D states the actual results of the likelihood ratio calculation. This one states the DNA profile is 6 times more likely if it originated from Dakota Cash and an unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. So a statistical calculation of 6 is support for inclusion. However, based on that value, it's limited support, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. So that basically puts the likelihood ratio calculation into words. F kind of explains it a little bit further and states that the probability, what this means is the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to the sample, yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 6.
1 in 6 what?
Individuals.
So every 1 out of 6 individuals in the world? What are we talking about here?
Statistics are not absolute. They are estimates simply because we have not tested every human on the planet. And so they are estimates at best. So what it's saying is out of 6 people, less than 1 of those people will yield a likelihood ratio of 6 or higher if they have not contributed. F basically explains the category that it falls into, so it's the explanation of that result. So based on this calculation, there is limited evidentiary support for the inclusion of Dakota Cash as a possible contributor to this DNA profile.
How about calculation number 2? What were your results on number 2?
Number 2 is very similar to number 1. However, you will see there is no F. This is a different category of result, and we start out the same way. We describe the DNA profile in the first sentence, and then we state the number of contributors to the sample. In this case, it was also 2. Our hypotheses are the same, or our explanations are the same for every comparison. So it's the person being compared contributed DNA to the profile, or they did not. So we're looking at both of those. And again, we're making up the total number of contributors with these unrelated, unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio calculation states that the DNA profile is 11 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals than if it originated from Doris Puleio and the unrelated, unknown individual. So this one is limited support for the exclusion of Doris Puleio as a possible contributor to this DNA sample.
And number 3. What were your results for number 3?
Number 3 is a partial DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. The same hypotheses are in place. That this one is for Trudy Goetz, that she was a contributor to this DNA profile versus 2 unrelated, unknown individuals contributed DNA to this profile. And the likelihood ratio calculation for this one states the DNA profile is 29 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals than if it originated from Trudy Goetz and an unrelated, unknown individual. So based on this calculation, there's limited evidentiary support for the exclusion of Trudy Goetz as a possible contributor to the DNA profile.
And how about 4? What were your results on 4?
Mr. Stanley, do you intend on going through all 34 calculations?
No, Your Honor, you don't have a few that move fairly fast if we can.
Okay, because we've been at it for 1 hour and 45 minutes. How much longer do you think it's going to take?
I'll hit the highlights, Judge.
All right, so I'm about to give him a break,
Okay.
but keep going.
All right, let's move to page 6. Let's move to page 10 if we can. And 15, sorry. All right, specifically looking here at number 8, and it's going to split the page a little bit. Should be, sorry, it starts at 9 and goes to 10. I'll start. All right, so there's the bottom there. You can see the bottom, number 8.
Yes.
All right, and let me switch it down to page 10.
This DNA sample was a mixture consistent with 2 contributors. The inclusionary hypothesis was the DNA originated from Dakota Cash and an unrelated, unknown individual. The exclusionary hypothesis was that this DNA originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. The result of the likelihood calculation, or likelihood ratio calculation, is the DNA profile is 25,400 times more likely if it originated from Dakota Cash and an unrelated, unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals.
Right. So that number seems to be wildly different than the numbers we were looking at before. why are we looking at so low numbers on the first view that we looked at, and why are we looking at 25,000 now?
This profile is, I don't believe this one's a partial. This may be a full profile. So the more information that you have in a DNA profile, the higher that number goes when you have an inclusion. Our inclusion category is 100 and greater. So any number that's 100 or greater, that's support for inclusion.
We'll move on here to the page number 13. This is calculation number 20. Can you walk us through the results of calculation number 20?
This DNA profile was a mixture consistent with 3 contributors. The inclusionary hypothesis is the DNA originated from Jamari Stewart and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. The exclusionary hypothesis was that this DNA profile resulted from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. The likelihood ratio calculation for this comparison is the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Jamari Stewart and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it resulted or originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Is there a cap on the number that goes up? It seems like we're kind of stepping up in various places throughout the court. We've got low numbers, we've got thousands, and now we've got trillions.
Yes, a likelihood ratio inclusion actually goes to infinity, but the ATF laboratory caps the result at 1 trillion. This was a technical decision because a trillion is approximately 10 times the size of the world population, so it's a large enough number, but it's also small enough that you and I can comprehend. So we hear the number trillion, we know what that means, right? We have millionaires, we have billionaires. U.S. deficit is, in a trillion, so that's a number we can comprehend. Anything beyond that is so large that the number is meaningless, and so it kind of loses its impact. So we cap it at 1 trillion.
All right, just a few more questions. We'll wrap up stuff. So as far as DNA is concerned, if I were to wear something on my hands, would I transfer DNA to an object?
It depends what you're wearing. If you were to put on, say, a latex or a nitrile glove, similar to the ones we wear in the laboratory, that would produce a sufficient barrier to keep you from transferring DNA from yourself to anything that you touch.
And what happens if you clean a surface? What does that do possibly to the DNA on the surface?
If you clean an item, you could potentially wipe away any DNA that is currently present on the item. Depending on what you're using to clean it, if you're using a dirty old rag, you could actually potentially be transferring DNA from that rag to the item. So there could potentially be an exchange of DNA.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Questions asked? Ms. Wetzel, I don't want to cut short your process here, but how long do you think the process will be?
I don't think it'll be very
All
long.
right. Yeah, I want to be correct. I don't want
Ms. Albrecht, do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, so we can both refer to it. Actually, I left mine on the table. First, I just want to start with a little bit of clarification about the numbering system. When we were looking at those charts, all the way in the left-hand column, it had exhibit numbers like labeled there. Are those numbers, those item numbers, do they remain consistent throughout testing done at various places at the ATF lab?
Yes, these are the ATF item numbers that were submitted by the agent, and this laboratory management system that we used actually did keep those numbers throughout their processing.
The reason I'm asking, the lady who testified just before you was also referring to basically focusing on kind of shell casings that were labeled item 1 through 8. Your numbers 1 through 8 would be the same as hers, is that right?
That's correct.
And you have documentation that those casings were at some point delivered to the lab by Russell Davidson. You don't have any independent knowledge of where exactly they were collected, is that correct?
The only knowledge I had was a shooting had taken place, and these were cartridge cases recovered from that incident. Specific locations I have no knowledge of.
And that's not information you personally know, that's just what's written in and provided to you, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm gonna apologize, I'm not particularly outstanding at math. So rather than get into the calculations, I wanna focus kind of more on the charts. If I'm understanding correctly, on page 5 of your report, which was where all the examination of the casings is done, Dakota Cash was deemed to be included or limited support for inclusion on 2 of the sets that you did, is that right?
That is correct.
And Jamari Stewart was deemed to be included on items 7 and 8, is that correct?
That is correct.
And moving across to limited support for exclusion, for items number 5 and 6, my client, Mr. Sales, was listed first as limited support for exclusion on items 5 and 6, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And based on the next column over, individuals excluded as possible contributor, Mr. Sales would be fall in that category of all others eliminated, correct?
For 5 and 6, his
No, for items, I'm sorry, items number 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and 7 and 8.
That is correct. Mr. Sales was excluded as a possible contributor from all of those samples.
And then I guess moving on to page 7 of the chart. This is where you swabbed various places on the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cash was deemed to be included on the textured buttons and the laser scope. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Cash was deemed to be included on swabs of the rim of the laser scope attachments. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That same piece of the gun, Jamari Stewart was deemed to be possible inclusion. Is that right?
Jamari Stewart fell into the limited support for inclusion, so although that is inclusion, or sorry, support for the inclusionary hypothesis over the exclusionary hypothesis, it's just not as strong support as a straight up inclusion.
But when we get to the trigger and trigger guard, Dakota Cash is included. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And for all of the parts of the firearm that you were able to get samples from, Mr. Sales was excluded, correct?
That is correct.
All right, those would be my questions.
Any regret?
No regret.
That should be excused.
She may get it.
We can stay, we can also.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, we'll be back 10 minutes after 11. And remember, folks, I have to leave the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to leave the room today to recover court in Nelson County. I'll be gone from noon to 1:30, so we'll have a longer lunch break today.
Captain Officer.
Captain Thompson, just a reminder again, you remain under oath, sir.
Captain Thompson, I had a couple follow-up questions for you. You previously testified that you were at the arrest in this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was that arrest? Where did that arrest occur again?
194 Littleton Lane, Madison, West Virginia.
194 what?
Littleton Lane.
You said that was in Madison Heights?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the person that was arrested here in court?
Yes, sir.
And can you point him out?
Besides counsel.
Pointing at the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Previously, when you were testifying, you used the name Justin Sales. Do you see the person in court that you know as Justin Sales?
Yes, sir. That's Justin Sales.
When you say that's Justin Sales, who are you referring to?
Referring to Justin Sales sitting besides counsel.
So just ask the record to reflect he's identified the defendant.
So,
Those are my questions.
cross. Next witness, please. I assume you want him to remain.
Yes, that's right. Ashton Pearson.
Off the grass, man. Off the grass, man.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, I'm Ashley McPherson.
All right, now we are recording, so maybe speak up a little bit just so everyone can hear you, okay? All right, and I'm sorry, reintroduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Ashley McPherson.
And Ms. McPherson, do you know Justin Sales?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How long have you known him?
I met him one time.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
I cannot remember the exact date.
And the person that you know as Justin Sales is in courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And is sitting at the table with his defense counsel?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the individual that you met that one time?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll let the record reflect that you identified Justin Sales in the courtroom.
So reflect.
And in June of 2019, would you communicate with Justin Sales?
I did.
What was your primary method of communication with him?
Through text, through messenger.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
Yes, you have to look at what?
Through
what is-
text, through messenger,
When you say messenger, what do you mean by messenger?
like chat,
Okay. What's the program that you're using for that message?
like, can you clarify yourself more?
Is there a social media program that you're using for that?
Yeah.
What's that social media program?
Facebook.
And did there come a time where you needed some help from Mr. Sales?
Yes.
Okay. What did you need him help with?
I needed him to pick me up from my ex-boyfriend's house.
Where was that located at?
It was located off of Campbell Avenue.
Okay. And did you communicate with him through Facebook on that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you ask him to do?
Could he give me a ride home?
Did he arrive there at that location?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And how did he arrive there?
He picked me up in the car.
Okay. Was he with anyone else at that time?
No.
And where did y'all go to?
He took me right home, back home.
And where was home for you at that time?
Madison Heights.
What address was that in Madison Heights?
321 Leftwich Road.
And so, if that conversation existed, that would be a conversation that happened over Facebook?
Yes.
And would the time and date of that conversation on Facebook be at the same time that you had that conversation with him?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. They're asking this witness to authenticate Facebook records. She doesn't have the authority to authenticate Facebook records.
What's your response, Mr. Stan?
She's just talking about that she's had a conversation with the defendant on Facebook at this point, and it's a conversation between the defendant, which is the defendant's own statements, and a conversation that she had, and she's simply being asked now to talk about whether or not those timestamps would be accurate. And furthermore,
Well,
Facebook.
if that's your response, then I've got to sustain the objection. If she looks at it and says, yeah, that's the day, but at this point, you're just asking her to sign a blank check. So do you have the Facebooks?
I do, Judge.
Can you show it to her?
I will, Judge.
All right, well, let's do it that way then.
If I may approach the defense counsel.
Lord, have you seen that?
I just want to double check with them.
Either picture. Judge, we're redacting the exhibit this time just because some threads out. So I've got some more questions in addition. You mentioned Campbell Avenue earlier. Where is Campbell Avenue located?
In Lynchburg.
And how long were y'all together in the car?
I'd probably say for like maybe 20, 30 minutes.
Ballpark time of day, to your best recollection, was this sun out, sun not out?
Sun not out. I mean, no, it was dark outside or something.
Prior to that one incident, had you talked to him beyond that one time?
We did communicate.
How many times did y'all
Mrs.
communicate?
Stanley, I'm going to leave it to you to make sure that she's speaking loud enough. I'm not getting involved anymore with her speech. I doubt that anyone over there heard her answer. I'm sitting right next to her and I can't hear her answer. So it's on you. All right, go ahead.
All right, so we'll follow back a little bit. You got to make sure you speak up because everyone's got to be able to hear what you're saying at that time. So we'll start back with, so was it dark outside?
Yes, it was.
And had y'all talked before?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And how many times would you say you talked before?
I can't remember.
Is there any way to ballpark? I mean, was it more than one time? What are we talking about here in terms of numbers?
I'd probably say a couple times.
And do you recall what vehicle he have shown it then?
No, I don't.
If I may read it first, that's counsel.
Go ahead.
If I may approach the witness this time. I want you to take a look at that exhibit. I want you to walk through it, and that's Commonwealth's proposed 138.
Okay.
Do you recognize that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Was that the conversation that you had that night with Mr. Sales?
Yes.
And the times of those conversations match up with times you recall being there about within that night?
Yes.
Judge, with that, I'd seek to admit Commonwealth's exhibit 138 this time.
Okay. Call's position. I mean, Ted's position.
No time.
All right.
If I may first. And Judge, with that, I have no further questions for this witness.
Ma'am, do you know when he picked you up?
Like time-wise?
Yeah.
It was dark, that's all that I remember.
No, okay, do you know when he got dropped off?
Where did I get dropped
No,
off?
when?
No.
Do you know when the conversation started?
Not really.
Okay, do you know when they ended?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
The redirected.
All right, they should be excused.
She named Judge.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're welcome to stick around, but you're free to leave the courthouse.
Judge, our next witness is a lengthy witness, and he's also one of the court rules and cameras, and all, it also takes some time to put it inside of that, but, do you have anybody you can call out of order? That's what we did with the last two witnesses, Judge.
I'm sorry?
That's what we did with those last two witnesses, trying to,
So your next witness is your last witness?
no, sir, we have two others, but they're lengthy as well. We don't have a witness that will take 36 minutes.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Christopher Persons.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm retired. I work part-time at DSS.
And what do you currently do for DSS?
Fraud investigator.
Prior to you working with DSS, where were you working?
Worked for the Amherst County Sheriff's Office.
And when did you work for the Amherst County Sheriff's Office?
I began in April, May of 2022 until December of 2023.
What did you do prior to working with the Amherst County Sheriff's Office?
Worked for the Hampton Police Division in Hampton, Virginia.
How many years did you work for them?
Over 15.
What was your role there at Hampton?
Came up through the ranks. I retired as a lieutenant in charge of violent crimes.
And do you have any training background for special investigations?
I was a violent crime investigator, attended death investigation schools. I was a fatality investigator, investigated fatality accidents, attended numerous homicide scenes, autopsies.
What brought you back to this area?
Quiet retirement.
And when you came to work for the Sheriff's Office, what was your role for them during your employment there?
I was hired as a part-time investigator, working up to 32 hours a week with the Sheriff's Office.
At some point, did you become involved in an investigation into the 210 Bob White shooting?
I did.
Okay. And where did you begin that investigation?
I began it in November when I first met Trudy, and then really kicked it off after holidays in January. I was directed by Investigator Thompson to focus on this investigation.
Was this one of your only responsibilities?
No, it was not, but it was my main responsibility.
And as part of your investigation into homicide, was one of the things you looked at was that a call for service report?
I did.
What is a call for service report?
When anytime a call comes into communications, they have a computer system, and the dispatchers will log that information. As you're speaking to the dispatcher, the system captures the date, the time of the call, and then they enter pertinent information as what's occurring, and then dispatch that information out. That's a record maintained by the Sheriff's Office and Communications.
And you had it back in 2023, you have access to those records?
I did.
Okay. And these types of records, are they kept for every phone call that comes in?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time I'd like to approach the witness, what was been marked as Commonwealth 147.
Any objection?
Yeah.
You may.
So if you could look at that document, look through it.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that document?
As a call for service call summary from Amherst Communications, Amherst Sheriff's Office.
And is that the summary that you seen back in 2023?
I did. I printed it out and have a copy in my case books.
There's this time I seek to admit that it's Commonwealth 147.
Any objection?
Yes, sir. And that document has when the initial call came out, correct?
It does, sir.
What was the time of that call?
23:39 hours is when the call was received.
I'm not much a military guy. What does that translate to?
Apologize. 11:39 p.m.
All right. As part of your, how long were you reviewing this case?
From January until we had special grand jury and then on.
And how much data did you have to look at on this case?
Quite a bit.
Okay. At some point, you began to look for a phone number specifically.
I did.
Were you able to find the phone attached to the number?
I did. I disregard the number specifically I was looking for. I did not find the phone.
What was the number you were specifically looking for?
434-849-1519.
Say that again. Say that again, so 434.
434-849-1519.
15.
19. Yes, sir.
1519.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What did you do to attempt to locate that phone number?
I searched through numerous phone dumps. I searched through property and evidence. I searched through any records that we had to try to identify that phone.
Were those successful?
To a point, the records were successful.
But the actual phones itself,
I could not locate.
was there at that point, did you have some information that you did a search warrant for Apple for?
I did.
What was the information that you gave to Apple that you were looking for responses back?
Search warrant was executed in Apple in October 23. That search warrant had the email account of justinjsales@gmail.com, as well as a phone number of 434-849-1519.
Let me approach you with what's been marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 139 later on. Okay. I want you to take a look at this record. Do you recognize those records?
I do.
Were those records the responsive returns from Apple?
They're part of the response returns from Apple, yes.
And as far as Apple's response, did Apple also send over a certain version of those records?
They did.
Okay. And what did Apple say about those records?
They're a true and accurate reflection of the business records kept by Apple.
Okay. And as far as that entry for the account of Justin J. Sales, what information were you able to glean from that information?
From the Apple information, I was able to determine that a download was made to that device on the early morning hours of June 25th, 2019. An app was downloaded.
Okay. But were there any, as far as that account is concerned, are there any numbers attached to that account?
The numbers attached to that account are the 434-849-1519 number.
But at this time, I seek to have Commonwealth Exhibit 139 admitted at this point.
The objection 139?
Yeah. Judge, if I may approach the witness, what's been marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 140. Just take a look at that document, please. You recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that document?
It's part of the download from the information I received by Apple.
Okay. And what was contained within that information?
The purchase information for the app that was downloaded on the 26th at 0047 a.m.
All right, 0047 a.m. What is that?
About 47 minutes after midnight.
And what was the nature of the app that was downloaded?
The app that was downloaded was identified as Smart Apps LLC 5.0 radio police scanner.
At this time, if I may approach the witness and get Commonwealth Exhibit 140.
Any objection to 140?
As part of your investigation, did you review Facebook records?
I did.
And were you able to look at Justin Sales' Facebook returns?
I did.
And as part of going over those returns, did you come across a conversation between a Tyree Toms and Justin Sales?
I did.
Now, when Facebook returned their records to you, did they send over any certification?
They did.
And what did Facebook say about the certification of the records they provided to you?
That the records are part of their regular record business, keep the records as part of their business, and they're certified.
Your Honor, can I have a word with Mr. Stanley?
reviewed about 88,000 pages of Facebook records.
Okay. I see. What about Christie sales? Did you review any Facebook?
I did.
Did Facebook send over a return associated with those records?
They did.
What did Facebook say about the records they returned?
That they're accurate, representative of their normal record keeping.
Now, when Facebook sends over a record, and if there's time attached to it, what time does Facebook tell you it is?
Facebook uses, it's called UTC, or Coordinated Universal Time.
What is UTC? What does that mean?
UTC, or Coordinated Universal Time, is about 4 hours ahead of us right now. There's atomic clocks which run on cesium, and they're the most accurate clocks in the world. So businesses, for shipping, things of that nature, use this time. It helps establish time zones and people to communicate across the world know what time zone they're in.
So if you see a Facebook record, you have to convert it for wherever your local time.
That's correct.
Okay, and what did you say that conversion was?
It was 4 hours behind UTC.
So you said, just so I go through this with my wife all the time, we change time zones. What time is it here? What time is it there? So right now, the clock says that in the Eastern Zone it is 11:03. What time is it the UTC? 7 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. So it's sort of like Greenwich Mean Time, but not quite.
It replaced Greenwich Mean Time because it's supposed to be more accurate.
Okay. Military, we used to call it Zulu time.
Yes, sir, that's correct. GMT Zulu, yes, sir.
All right, and as part of reviewing these Facebook records, was there any number attached to the Christie Sales Facebook?
Not that I could find.
Okay.
I did identify that number, though, through a phone dump belonging to Hannah Richards.
Okay. But as far as the Facebook record, well, if I may approach the witness and show you the Marcus Thomas is at 141. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Can you take a second to go over that document?
I did.
Okay. And what is that report to be?
This is, I'm sorry, I apologize. This is actually the initial page 1 of the Facebook records, and at the bottom of that page, it does capture the 434-849-1519 number as being attached to that account.
The account belonging to?
Christie Cricket Sales.
Okay. And specifically in those records, what was it of investigative value on Christie Sales' Facebook?
Going through the records, I noticed that it appeared Christie Sales had her location services turned on for Facebook, and what that does, it sends out GPS signals to Facebook, and then it tells Facebook what your location is, so they can use it for marketing purposes.
So when you see a record like that, what does it look like? What does a GPS record look like?
What you'll see is a date and time and UTC, and then you'll see latitude and longitude, and then you'll see pages of that information.
So what is latitude and longitude?
That's how we divide the globe up, and it's used for navigational purposes. Latitude and longitude is it's basically centrical lines that go around the globe are spaced out in degrees, and then that's how they map maps or GPS.
So what is GPS?
GPS is basically above us right now. There's 24 to 30 satellites, depending if they're working accurately or not accurately, but don't fall out of space. But long story short is they continually send down a beam from those satellites, and if you have a GPS-enabled device, whether it's a TomTom back in the day, a cell phone, military equipment, if they have a GPS device in them to receive that signal, the software will convert those information down using trilateration, and then tell you exactly where you're all on the world, in the world.
And as far as the data that you got from Facebook, have you reviewed the document you have in front of you?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Are there any changes to the GPS latitude and longitude that you see in that document than the ones that you use?
No, sir.
At this point, I see the Commonwealth Exhibit 141 at this time.
There's 141.
No objection.
So once you have latitude and longitude, what can you do to interpret that data?
I utilize Google Earth, Google Maps, and you can copy that information into those programs. And what that mapping software will do is it will pinpoint that GPS location.
And have you used that program in the past?
I have.
How many times would you say you've used the Google Earth program?
Hundreds.
And as far as for today's purpose, have you created maps with regards to the GPS points that you found?
I have.
Now, did you plot every single point that Facebook had?
Every point off that return I plot.
Okay. Now, as far as what you prepared for today, did you limit that as far as what plot points you used?
I did.
And what did you limit that to?
I limited it to June 24th and 25th of 2019. I apologize.
And so these are just numbers. How do we know if the GPS is accurate?
From my experience, both military and civilian, GPS is accurate for civilian use within 16 feet. The military uses guide bombs on the targets. I've had personal experience for hiking the Appalachian Trail when my spouse broke her ankle, and we had to call 911, and they immediately knew right where we were at and sent rescue to us.
And with respect to these records, were you able to have any type of verification on any of the points that you had in these records beyond just the Facebook records?
I did.
Okay. And what was that verification that you had?
What I did is I took the information that I plotted every GPS point, and I started looking at activity on Justin Sale's Facebook account and his communications that he was having.
Was there anyone in particular that you looked at?
Yes, sir. There was a Ashley McPherson.
Okay. And was there a conversation that you looked at on Facebook with regard to
There was on 6/23 at 02:23 hours. In that time frame, McPherson was having a conversation on Facebook with Mr. Sales, asking him to pick her up off Campbell Street in Lynchburg.
And did you have a time on the Facebook stamp for that?
I did. I plotted those Facebook points, latitude and longitude, into Google Earth and Google Maps, and I could observe the device leaving Madison Heights in the area of JT's Grill and going over to Kemper and 29th Street, and that was approximately 03:05 Universal Time in the morning.
So what would that be in terms of Eastern time?
That would be about 10:55 p.m.
What day was that?
That was on June 23rd, 19.
Okay. Now Kemper Street, where is Kemper Street in Lynchburg?
Kemper Street is down toward, I guess you could say, the off at 29, it dumps into Kemper Street, which turns into Campbell Avenue.
All right. I'm going to show you a presentation. You provided a presentation for the maps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the presentation that you prepared for today?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what did you use to create this PowerPoint?
I used a PowerPoint program as well as the GPS points from the Facebook and Christie Sales.
And you marked that on page 1 of your exhibit?
I did.
Okay. All right, let's move on then to page 2. And what does page 2 reflect?
The two addresses that are involved in this. The first address, 210 Bob White Road, where the homicide mainly occurred. And then there's 600 Early Farm Road, which is a residence of Justin Sales.
Okay. All right, and page 3?
That is the distance between Bob White and Justin Sales' residence. It's 1.6 miles via roadway between the two residences.
It looks like there's a driving time there.
It's yes, sir. It's a 3-minute driving time.
And there's a walking time as well?
Yes, sir.
How
The
long
walking
is
is 36 minutes.
Okay. All right, next slide. All right. And then you go to the next slide from there. So what are we looking at here?
So this is June 24th of 2019. I've already converted the time from UTC to local time. It's 11:10:53 p.m. The latitude and longitude coordinates obtained from the Christy Sells Facebook account indicate that pinpoint device, which is at 210 Bob White Road.
And how far is 210 Bob White removed from the roadway?
The house sits approximately over 200 feet off the road.
Go to the next slide. All right, what are we looking at here?
This is June 24th, 2019 at 11:44 p.m. Again, the latitude and longitude from the Facebook records that shows the device being back at 600 Early Farm Road.
Move to the next one. All right, so these are records starting from, that was June 24th, we're starting at June 25th now.
Yes, sir, that's
All
correct.
right, we'll go to the next slide. All right, what are we looking at here?
June 25th, 2019 at 5:57, the device is located at 600 Early Farm Road. And again, those are latitude and longitude coordinates from the Facebook records.
Move to the next one. What we're looking at here?
At June 25th at 9:30 p.m., the device is moved. It's on Isaac Walton Road. Again, that's the latitude and longitude. It's in the 1400 block of Isaac Walton Road.
And we're looking on your side.
This is June 25th, 2019. This is 10:09 p.m. Again, latitude and longitude from Christy Sells Facebook. The device is at 136 Thacker Lane.
Now, I see a number of other plot points. Are they just local businesses that are around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The plot that you're looking at, is that, what is that marked by on your map?
I mean, if I stand up.
Yes.
This red dot right here is the GPS coordinates.
All right, so you're referring to this red dot marker, and that's the marker that you're pointing to?
Yes, sir.
All right, move on to the next page. What are we looking at here?
This again is June 25th, 10:21 p.m. Latitude and longitude from Christy Sells Facebook, page 28. That's the device being at 29 and Woody's Lane, right by the Walmart.
All right, the next slide.
June 25th, 2019 at 10:46 p.m. Again, latitude and longitude from Christy Sells Facebook, page 28. This is the device back at 600 Early Farm Road.
Okay, and that's, I'm sorry, what's the time again?
Time was at 10:46 p.m.
All right, next slide.
This is June 25th, 2019 at 11:22:34 p.m. Page 28. Christy Sells Facebook records. Latitude, longitude. The device is located on the property at 210 Bob White Road, right outside the residence.
And next slide.
This is June 25th at 11:22:34 p.m.
This is from the call detail record, or the call summary that you had earlier?
This is correct.
This time it's comments exhibit 30, which is just photos of the PowerPoint presentation we just provided this time.
And that is number what?
130, you're on.
130? No objection, 130.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No objections.
sorry to turn your attention back, but we were talking about Justice Sales' Facebook before. If I may approach.
Yes, sir.
We should take a look at the document that has been proposed as Commerce Exhibit 137.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that document purport to be?
These are pages from Justin Sales' Facebook return.
Okay. And is there a conversation with someone on those? That's that document?
There is.
Who's that conversation with?
So Tyreek Toms.
Right. Is there a discussion of firearm that occurs?
There is.
And who has the comment about the firearm?
Justin Sales.
What does he say about the firearm in the case?
He says, starting at 6/22 at 1826, he said, asked what they got. The next question is, who is it now? I got the Drake with me.
If I may approach the witness. That we seek now to have comments. Exhibit 137 at this time.
We've had some issues with
Judge, we'll withdraw. So for that, there's no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Parsons, I just have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
First, when did you start working on this investigation?
First met Trudy, as stated, in November, right around Thanksgiving at the library in Madison Heights. Then
Just the date?
January 2022.
Okay. And this was after Robbie Oliver left?
That's correct.
Now, this information that you have, that was already obtained through previous search warrants, back in 2019 at that.
Yes, sir.
So this is all information that Robbie Oliver basically had for 2.5 years. It didn't go through.
I wasn't there. I don't know if he went through it, but there was no record that he went through.
Were there any records that Mr. Oliver had done anything in this investigation?
I did have a partially transcribed transcript.
Okay. Basically a paragraph?
It's a little longer than that, yes, sir.
But just the one?
Just the one.
You said that you were looking for a phone number of 434-849-1519?
That's correct.
And that's actually Christy Sales' phone number?
That is correct.
And you could not locate that phone?
That phone was not, let me write, that phone was located.
Do you have it?
I do not have it, yes, sir.
Is it in evidence?
It is not in evidence.
Well, if it was located, it's not in evidence, where is it?
I do not know.
Okay. Is that the phone that Robbie Oliver, that allegedly was given to Robbie Oliver? That
Yes,
is now
sir.
missing?
By Captain Thompson, yes, sir.
You went through a Facebook conversation with Ashley Pierce.
Did.
When was that?
Facebook conversation with Ashley McPherson was on 6/23/2019 at 0241 Zulu. I'm sorry, 0241 UTC.
So, not on the 25th when the homicide occurs.
That's correct.
There was a Facebook conversation with Mr. Toms. What day did that occur?
In a minute. Or if I can have the Mr. Tomes, I believe, was on around 6/22.
Okay, so also not the day of the homicide.
That's correct.
Now, on the PowerPoint, it listed it as 600 Early Farm Road, which was the residence of Justin Sales. Wasn't that also the residence of Christy Sales?
Yes, sir.
Well, you don't list it as that residence. It's also the residence of Hannah Richardson.
Yes, sir.
And what your PowerPoint says is that the Facebook of Christy Sales is at all these different locations.
The device, Christy Sales she had location services on the device 1519, which was tracking her location.
And
that device was at Bob White and Early Farm.
And that's right. And that tracking was done through Christy Sales
Facebook account.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
No redirection.
You be excused.
We keep it for now.
Okay. Next one. All right. That's any evidence. Let's do some motions first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to hear some motions right now, so I'm not even sure.
As the court is well aware, the elements of aggravated murder is that one's got to be premeditated, malice aforethought, but it is, in essence, it's first degree plus something else. It's the old capital murder. In this case, the Commonwealth is alleging that it's first degree plus attempted robbery. There's absolutely no evidence that the Commonwealth is introduced, in this case, that attempted robbery of Trudy Goetz or the other victim, Puleio. It had been asked extensively during cross-examination of Ms. Goetz. Was the door manipulated? Was anything tried to force over? No. Was anything taken? No. So there's absolutely nothing that shows that there's an intended robbery at this point. Without an intended robbery, the Commonwealth cannot establish aggravated murder. Without that, most things establishes first degree, and that's assuming all the inferences go in that favor. That's aggravated. Now, he is also charged with use of firearms commission of firearm, also aggravated murder, which is firearm, which is the felony that they denoted in warrant. Sorry, indictment. So if the aggravated murder falls, then the use of a firearm also falls. Additionally, this is a totally circumstantial case.
What is the one use, attempt to use, display of effect remaining a firearm while committing the murder of Doris Puleio.
Okay.
Not aggravated.
Then I'll withdraw that, Judge. And the other part is that in regards to what occurred at this Chipotle, is a purely circumstantial case. And granted, juries can't convict in circumstantial cases. But there's also the evidence that the other person has total access to all this is Christy Sales. The Commonwealth did not control her out as a possible suspect in this case, which we think that they have to do even under a circumstantial rule. They have to go out and reasonable theory. So for those reasons, we can ask that the charge be struck at this point, particularly the aggravated murder charge. Thank you.
Calls response.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth obviously would ask that the court overrule the motion to strike. In terms of the aggravated murder, Mr. Rowan cites no case law that says that we have to get rid of every plausible scenario that could happen. We just have to prove that the defendant, Mr. Sales, is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And the Commonwealth would argue that there is enough to go to the jury, and that they could also find him guilty, which we think, of all of the charges in which he is indicted for, and which is before the court today. In terms of the attempted robbery, Your Honor, which is what gives rise to the aggravated murder charge, in 2019, the Court of Appeals in Jones versus Commonwealth went through a very lengthy, I think it's 24 or 25 pages when I printed it out, kind of trying to parse out what an attempt is. And in that case specifically, they discussed an attempted robbery. The facts of that case are that Mr. Jones...
Well, the elements are specific intent to commit the crime.
Yes.
Acting furtherance.
Yes, Your Honor.
More than mere preparation.
Correct.
Those are the elements. Those have been the elements since I went to law school 40 plus years ago.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, and the Commonwealth would argue that there were steps in furtherance, that there was an intent. Dakota Cash testified very clearly, which you also have corroborated by the controlled call. He says that Mr. Sales told him before they transferred the guns between the two of them that Mr. Sales said he was going to hit a lick. He explained to the court and to the jury what that meant. He said that for them that meant that he was going to rob somebody. During the control call, he says the same thing. You never said you said you didn't hit the lick. Again, saying you said you didn't rob anybody. So that gives the Commonwealth the intent enough to go to the jury. And in terms of whether or not there was an overt act or a step towards the robbery, he was at the house, not once, not just on the day of the homicide. He was at the house the day before. He had no reason whatsoever to be at that home on June the 24th of 2019, June the 25th of 2019, or any other day. Mrs. Goetz, the surviving victim, testified she did not know him. She testified he did not have permission to be at her house, and she testified he did not have permission to take any of her things. There would be no plausible reason for that man to be there at those late hours of the night when there were just two elderly women at home alone in the dark. So the Commonwealth would argue there's more than enough for this to pass a motion to strike and go to the jury.
Brief response, Judge. What Dakota Cash actually stated during the conversation was that there was a hit he looked for marijuana, not a home, not a burglary. But we would submit that at this point there was no evidence that supports the intended robbery of this residence. The Commonwealth says that we can put him there. Well, actually, they can put a phone there. They cannot put him there. And in fact, even that phone, according to investigative persons, is that we put the Facebook of Christy Sales there, not Justin Sales. So for those reasons, we don't think Commonwealth has established a provocation case on aggravated murder.
I have seen so. I have 4 adult children. All 4 of my adult children have phones in my name when they were kids. If they were to go out, and it comes in my name. I have children who live in Minnesota. I have children who live in Tennessee. I have children who live here in Virginia. If any one of them committed a crime, they'd say, well, it's Mike Doucette's phone. But it's not. It's their phone. So I think that's an inference that the jury can draw, is that while it might be in Christy Sales' name, it doesn't necessarily mean it was Christy Sales' phone as far as possession is concerned. In addition, the phone, the missing pink phone, was, as I recall, seized at one of the 2 raids, where the defendant, in fact, it was at 136 Thacker, where the defendant was located at the time, along with Dakota Cash and several other phones. That's where the phone came from. Christy Sales, I don't recall being there. It was the defendant who was there. So given the fact that, and I'm not putting, when I'm making this ruling, I'm denying the motion to strike. I'm not considering what Dakota Cash said concerning intellect. I'm considering the fact that the defendant was a jury can infer that the defendant, with the phone in his pocket, went to the house not once but twice, which shows his intent, possibly, as well as enacting furtherance. So your motion to strike the evidence on aggravated murder based on the motion to strike the attempted robbery is overruled. Do you have any evidence?
If I could have a few minutes on my client.
All right. You want to go in the back? Yes. Okay. Just let me know when you all are ready.
All rise. court prefer one way, some courts prefer another.
Okay. Everybody ready to go over instructions?
Yes, sir.
All right. Instruction 1.
I have it as defendant's position, innocent, no objections.
Right. Don't write on them afterwards. All right. Instruction 2.
I have it listed as Commonwealth bears the burden.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we have the numbers on them, so that we were all on the same page.
Well, I know, I just want to make sure that.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'll summarize it. All right. Character evidence of the defendant.
Judge, we would object to number 3.
You gotta withdraw that.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Three's withdrawn. Instruction 4, indictment. Instruction 5.
No objections.
Instruction 6.
No objections.
Instruction 7. Don't have a 7, correct?
No, I had for the judge's facts and probable witnesses.
That's correct.
Somebody will need to make a photocopy for me of
Yes, sir.
7, because I don't have a 7. So what is 7?
You are the judges of the facts and probability.
Oh,
witnesses.
yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
We're making a copy of this. Okay. 8, statements by the defendant.
No objections.
9, inconsistent statement by witness.
No objection.
10 is withdrawn, I assume. Defendant didn't testify.
Yes, sir.
11, the elements of aggravated murder.
Just the objection that we made at the motion instruction.
Okay, but as far as that, as far as giving this instruction, we have no objection giving this instruction as drafted.
Your Honor, the issue is going to be, quite frankly, 11 and 12.
Well, I've been waiting for somebody to raise, I've been waiting several days now for someone to raise this particular issue. What do you want to tell me about 11 and 12, Mr. Braun?
Your Honor, he's actually indicted for aggravated murder and first-degree murder of the same individual.
Yeah.
He cannot be convicted of both.
Well, he can if you don't raise the objection.
Well, that's the objection.
Okay.
He can't be convicted of both. And I actually had read a case about it, which was basically that they did convict, and the court said, no, we dismissed one and go forward on one. So I think if we're doing it this way, 11 and 12 should be a combined instruction, should be a waterfall instruction. So they show that they can only be convicted of both one.
Okay. Any objection to doing a waterfall?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth's preference, in which we believe the Morgan case from June the 17th, 2025 would support, is that we send both of the charges to the jury. If they do convict on both, then we would ask the court to subsume the first-degree murder into the aggravated murder, so he's not actually found guilty and sentenced on both.
Okay, well, this is another option as well, and that is I instruct the jury that they can pick one or the other, they can't convict them both.
Your Honor, if that is the court's opinion, we would ask for the waterfall so that they can also convict the robbery, because if they, I guess essentially it could convict of first-degree murder and the attempted robbery, but not the aggravated. But if the court is not willing to take our first argument, then we would ask for the waterfall.
I think the waterfall is better. I mean, there's no question that first degree is a lesser included of aggravated. It's, as Mr. Bruin said, it's first degree plus, in this case, plus aggravated. So we will fashion a new instruction 11 that is a waterfall. Aggravated, if you don't find attempted robbery, first degree, and not guilty. So we will redraft 11. And that'll take care of 12 as well. 13. Killing in the commission of attempted robbery. Okay. Any objection to 13?
No objection.
Okay. $14, malice.
Your Honor, it's an accurate statement of the law, but there's nothing here about your passion. It's an accurate statement.
Why would I give an instruction on your passion?
Judge, I mean, this is one that they tendered, I'm just saying it's inaccurate. You know, it defines malice, but it also has a provision in there about heat of passion.
Well, that's because there are certain cases where voluntary manslaughter is a lesser included. This is not a voluntary manslaughter case. There's no evidence to support voluntary manslaughter in the sense that there has to be heat of passion upon reasonable provocation. I don't think that Ms. Puleio or Ms. Goetz did anything to provoke what happened today.
Judge, I agree 100%.
All right.
Okay.
Your objection is noted and is denied. Your motion to add, you want to add heat of passion.
No, they have heat of passion in the order. I have it as 14 that includes heat of passion.
No, we don't have that, Your Honor. It ends with you may but are not required to infer malice from any deliberate, willful, and cruel act against another party.
Okay, then you had sent a new one, which I haven't received.
Okay.
Okay, so that's,
you've got a different 14?
yes. I had the standard heat of passion. Somebody, okay. Yes, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I have a different 14, but I have no objection to
Okay.
14 that's done.
All right, 15, deliberate use of a deadly weapon.
No objection.
16, motive.
No objection.
17, definition of willful, deliberate, premeditated.
No objections.
18, aggravated malicious wounding.
I'm sorry, how's that listed again? No objections.
19.
Bodily injury?
No,
Visible scars.
Do you have a visible scars instruction?
Yes. No objection.
That's mine. I've got that as 19. 20. My 20 is use of a firearm and commission of aggravated malicious wounding.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
21, use of firearm and commission of murder.
No objection.
Do you want that first degree and or aggravated murder in there? Or you just want to say the murder of Doris Puleio?
Murder is fine, Your Honor.
We'll fix 21.
Yes, sir.
22, definition of firearm.
No objections.
23, shooting at or in an occupied, shooting at an occupied building.
No objection.
24, definition of attempted robbery.
No objection.
What's 25?
Just a greater detailed description of what the elements of robbery, Your Honor. But we can withdraw if
Well,
there's.
let me,
Sorry.
trying to figure out why. Which one?
25, Your Honor.
25. All right. 25 is withdrawn. 26, intent in an attempted crime.
No objection.
27, act in furtherance.
Objection.
28, I'm trying to wrap my head around 28.
It is a model jury instruction, Your Honor.
All right.
Not specifically about that.
Well, you know, whether it's a model jury instruction, but it's not applicable to this case, then
I would argue that it is applicable because nothing was actually taken from the home. There were elements that were, but he didn't actually take property from the home. There's no evidence.
an objection to 28.
Judge, it is an accurate statement, but there's absolutely no evidence that supports it.
Well, I see Ms. Drumheller's point at this point in time, so I'm going to give 28. And then that's it for the Commonwealth, and then I have instruction.
Before we get back to that approach, item number 7, we can make a copy for the court.
Okay.
Number 7. It's missing.
Yeah. All right, and then I have instruction A for the defense.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. I assume you still want A?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so to summarize, well, let me go over the verdict forms. We'll need to do a waterfall on the verdict forms. Murder.
Yes, sir.
Next one I have is attempted robbery, aggravated malicious wounding, maliciously shooting into an occupied dwelling, occupied building with a waterfall. We've not instructed them on the waterfall though, so one of them's got to be fixed.
We can remove the unlawful section, Your Honor, and just go with the guilty of malicious shooting and then not guilty.
Use of firearm in aggravated malicious wounding, use of firearm in murder. All right. Any objections to any of the remainders? All right, so just to summarize, I'm going to give 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28. We're going to redraft 11 and 12 and combine them. We are going to fix 21 by getting rid of the first degree and/or and just say murder. We're going to add or do a waterfall verdict on murder and eliminate the waterfall verdict on shooting in an occupied building. And then 3, 10, and 25 are withdrawn. Do I accurately stated what we're going to do?
Instruction A.
And thank you, instruction A. Write it down, but it's there. All right. Okay, so we're ready to go first thing in the morning. Now, just again to summarize, now my notes are a mess, but as far as exhibits are concerned, I got exhibits 1 through 5, I've got 7 and 8, there is no 9, I've got 10, there is no 11, I've got 12, there is no 13 or 14, I've got 15, 16, no 17, 18 to 66, no 67, 68 to 98, no 99, 100 to 124. This is where I got notes all over the place. So I've got no 125 or 126. I do have a 127. I do not have a 129. I have a 130. I have no 131 or 132. I have a 133, 134. I have no 135. I've got 136. No 137. I've got 138, 139, 140. 141, 142, 142A, 143, no 144, 145 was never offered. It was marked, but it was never offered. And then I've got a 147. Yep, match up with everybody else.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Council, can I see y'all back in chambers real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right. All rise.
No, no.
See you.